Morning, guys. Now I know, probably sort of weird seeing me here on this day. Morning, guys. Now, historically speaking, I don't generally come on the 15th. I don't, for good reason. We hold space quietly every year as much as possible. This year, however, I don't know. I don't know. Um, the pull, heart, mind, and soul caused to maybe do a little differently this year. There are things, there are many things, many little things, big things throughout all of the years. There are certain things, though, that tend to pull at you or pull you apart the most. Certain things. And they pull you in a million different directions, day in, day out. Here, but also over here on YouTube as you watch all of these people, these weirdos, freaks, geeks, wannabe detectives, true crime criminals, cons, bullshitters, tragedy pimps, manipulators, abusers, junkies, all of them hid behind cons, playing cul-de-sac caring games with real lives, destroying the hell out of everything and everybody around each and every open and active investigation they can manage to weasel into. Well before summers, those overlapping and those continuing. You watch them scream and rail at all kinds of folks. You watch them destroy real lives, real people, real communities. You watch them scream and yell at yourself and everyone else around everything that They want you to say blah, blah, blah and just spit whatever out. Just give them this, that, and the other, you know. And if you don't, then you're damned. And if you blah, 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 and you're sus, you're this, that. And if they were true detectives of any kind, they'd realize, like some of us, including myself, said since our origins around here, that not all things are meant for you. The world, we may know a whole hell of a lot, but not all of it's meant for this realm. Creators, cul-de-sac Karens, it's just not. Meanwhile, we can say that a million times. Y'all pretend like you don't hear us. Some of us spend years getting eaten alive and everything around us destroyed. Knowing you some bitches are doing it to all the wrong. We hold enough, at least, to watch your YouTube shows, your content, your garbage, your podcasts, or whatever else. And know that not only are you wrong, you're way wrong. While you annihilate all kinds of people with all kinds of you're wrong. While you decimate an entire community. Law enforcement, family, all that. Around summer. And we still keep our mouths shut. About a whole hell of a lot of things. Through the fucking terror that YouTube and social media rains down upon everyone as they hunt, acquire, do all the real life things, you know, to everyone around each and every open and active investigation case. You know, but only the high profile ones, of course, never the cold cases. Because, you know, it's really the cases with, like, feds and LE just arriving that really need your all's fucking help, let me tell you. For sure. Common sense should tell you better. And y'all know better. Go find a real cold case to work for once. Maybe you can actually help there. No high profile, just released an alert case needs your all's input, help, or you to go around trying to acquire and hunt down each and every person anywhere near it. By any means necessary. Nobody. Nobody needs your PI services. Nobody needs your will come help search services. Nobody needs your advocate services. Nobody needs any of that. Nobody needs your reps, your whatever. Nobody needs any of that. It's a joke. It's a cruel one at that. It's destructive, cruel joke. Some of us for years, though, after being unfortunate enough to be acquired in a way and a misstep. Sat and watched all this play out. We've watched as people have asked, requested, directed, well organized groups online to terrorize the crap out of anyone and everyone, especially witnesses around Summer's case. As they've all run scamathons, marathons, this, that, and the other. Made millions and millions and millions and millions and millions on Summer, her name, her picture, her family, theirs, the entire community, doxing everything about everyone, even those who don't speak, terrorizing them, destroying livelihoods, jobs, ways of life, causing real life health issues, heart attacks, you name it, for real life people. Targeting everyone, including a damn horse or two on the loose, right? A dead guy here, dead guy there. Newspaper article here, newspaper article there. most days. You want to come right here and swing back. But you don't. Because it's best to let it all run. For a great deal of many reasons. And I gotta tell you, it's a struggle. It always has been. Especially with so many beasts of Ben Hill running amok. So many you can shut down cold with receipts. Vids, calls, recordings, messages. But you let it run. It's just the same way that I've known for years that I can come here and I can shut these channels down. Each and every one that just targets and torments and does all the very illegal things, not just breaking TOS or Google or any of that, but very civil and legal things. But for many years, same thing applies. It's best to let it run and to let them run for a while. You keep waiting, you keep holding, keep biting the hell out of your tongue. And I still will. That'll help a lot of things, even after this today. And I wish like hell we had a guidebook. I wish we were given one. Sometimes we can only go, I guess. And I don't know who the hell we is, because I can't name really any of the rest have fucking hearts or souls or anything remotely fucking human about them. Sometimes you have to just, you know, go with your heart, your soul, your gut. Maybe add those together with little things. And maybe in the same way that you have for several years, just wait for little things. Do what your heart compels you to do. And hope you're doing something right. Don't know. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? It's a never ending struggle. I don't even know where to begin. Most days, let alone today. Oh, I could honestly use a nap. But because of so many freak shows on the ground, shenanigans they pull while in or around area, and how real life they go, and certain events yesterday, and a concern over those. I'm wondering if there's someone around that could present danger to one of us around any of this. Whether, it's concern. Um, and so guard duty it is, trying to figure that out. Yes, I guess there's lab space for you. Are you comfortable now? This morning it is very much a toss up. I don't know. You know, it's desperately wanting a light to shine that should have shown a long time ago. And, but in ways it always has. People just want to ignore it. You know, they want to ignore it. They want to eliminate it. They want to rid everything of truth or light, reality. And they've tried mighty hard for several years to do that. So many. Ponder this morning, have for a while. How much do you sit back and watch, take, and let pass by until you just can't anymore? And I don't know if that's the right way to say that either, because it probably could for another million years, but maybe some things just should not be allowed to continue to run. For any long. You want all of those that matter kept safe, protected, but that too is always such a fine line. especially in a realm where harm is the number one goal. Protection or anything remotely similar for any of those who should be is frowned upon. It's definitely not the norm around. It's definitely not, nor has it ever been. I've watched the gear up towards this for typical time span and what they're doing and how they're doing it. Same playbook. I've watched the lead in to June 15th and how the creators help and shenanigans. Same repetitive pattern. This year they tried to mix up, you know, different things, different people, whatever to point at. Whatever, but it's been the same every year. Always increases during certain times, but honestly, it's the same thing every day. Let's see right now. Aspirin is necessary. And yeah, it really is. Baby aspirin. No joke. See, baby aspirin. Anyway, these things really do have a bite at the back end. They're just, ugh, yeah, really. Yeah, you want to say things in certain ways, but you know better than to do that, or that you shouldn't. You know, the thing is, I've never had to have the world or anybody else tell me who I am, what I am, or anything else. And never really give a damn much about what the world thinks. Unlike a whole lot of the others. They care greatly. They need the world to tell them who they are, what they are. They need the world to believe. Give them trophies, do whatever. I never needed any of that. Because I'm confident in who I am, what I am, where my heart is, where my soul is, and what type of person I am. Said that very beginning, and I'll say that my last day on this earth. Same reason I'm not running around here needing leash holders, pampers, chat cleansers, speech writers, protection teams, or targeting teams. All the others have and do. And I gotta tell you, for several years I've sat here and watched it. I'm like, that's pretty wild for a whole bunch of people that several of whom supposedly weren't even present during the hours in which anything occurred. That's weird. Can't tell me it's not weird. I'm like, alright then. Yeah. Feel a great deal many ways about a great deal many things. Most days I would agree that I feel far too much. Some days I wish there was a way of turning it down, toning it down, muting it just a little bit. But I can't. Yeah, I was talking to someone else earlier, and I asked the question, have you ever seen any of the others cry? Not on command or for themselves, because they've learned how or when, or could mimic it or whatever. But when have you ever actually seen any of the others cry? I can tell you I've not seen any of them cry one single tear. I've seen a whole bunch of fucking fake ones over here now, for all kinds of reasons from at least one. I heard a moment of I'm going to pretend to have emotion from a known monster to me for 30 years, and I know that fucking tones, therefore I knew it was bullshit. The rest, no. Thing is, this goes all the way back into first day until now. Real life with everybody in there still for months. Not a single goddamn tear from any of them. Not a single goddamn tear. Now, I'm not saying people have to cry. I'm saying they do it in front of the world. But man, when y'all in there, especially in the first days, first minutes and hours, weeks and months, there's no world watching other than those who are already playing with this realm, of course. But still, you're in there together. And there's not one single fucking, not one. There's laughter and smiles and people carrying on like not a damn thing happened. Just like it's all normal. What the hell do you do with it? What the hell do you make of that? At first, you attribute it to a whole lot of things, or just how people are, that, they're all monsters anyway. Even at that time, you just know they're not quite capable from the beginning. Goes for all of them. But yeah, let's go, And just because there's a bunch of monsters on the loose doesn't mean that any of them did anything. And I still think that, especially because you have to give a whole hell of a lot of leeway once this realm collides. And the bullshit it's gotten up to, and it's gotten up to with all the little beasties. And it would have definitely been easier to figure out without immediate insertion YouTube acquisition specialists, inserters of the worst criminal variety behind it, and their little helpers on the ground. But you didn't realize what was coming, how everything would work out, and any of this was headed for you like a train. And no clue. I wish I could find the right word. Say not only what I want to say, but need to say. In the open way I would like to say them. But I can't ever seem to do that because of having to still tightrope, razor's edge, being very cautious, biting my tongue, trying. I know that there were little ones inside of Ben Hill. Before summer vanished, who I think were trying very hard to shine a light, save themselves, maybe rid themselves of a monster. Don't know. I just know that it set off enough alarm bells for me that I started looking and trying to help. But you can't help without proof. There's so many people, like you can see here in Tragedy Pimp Land, and with your precious creators and stuff, that misuse, overuse, and play tit for tat, and threats, and blackmail, and harm with certain services. Means they're inundated, overwhelmed, have to be very cautious about the way in which they do their jobs because of, well, all of the things I just mentioned. And it's so normalized in the world to do that. That's why you see it here done like it's cutesies or something. It's not. And it's a go-to for so many when they're all whatever at one another, or fighting or doing whatever. It's atrocious. Now, though I'm not a big fan of certain things, places, still there are time and places for them. I just know that during those days, weeks and months, I tried mighty hard. It's how long before anything happened that I knew about. Don's oldest son, and addresses, and Kingsport, that type of thing, you know. I went through receipts, couldn't, you know, Nothing came about. Maybe the wrong search criteria. Maybe it was something. I don't know what it was. And I wish it was something I had remembered, to where I would have known precisely where and how to look for it. And even then, I don't know that it would have mattered enough to say, hey, I don't know. But I wish to fuck it had popped up in all those months prior to some revenge. Wish a great deal many things had, or little pieces put together, come together sooner. For her sake, for her brother's. It's something I cannot change. It's not something I could help because of time when certain things occurred. I was being very much abused in ways that kept me from knowing what I should know. And I have proof of that as well. Throughout many years, long before being public, so, you know, it's not just something I'm pulling out either. It's not. Really happened, really was done to me by a monster and a beastie from Benham. And if not for that thing, maybe the other thing. See, it is indeed the little things that connect through that you never expect to be. I don't know, one way or the other for life. If not but for this thing, then this thing may not have happened, or this may have happened, or, you know. This all of life is that way. Sometimes it's very terrible in the way in which, even throughout years' time spans, you can have things, just little things here and there that you do not know that one day they will affect something greatly, or all collide, you know, and all have bearings somehow years down the road. on average days you don't realize are going to become not average days. But, you just always had touch with it. And I'm wanting another cigarette, but I'm like, bitch, if you do that, it's less oxygen. That's no good. And my buddy's like, oh, we gotta take deep breaths. She's good. Yeah, I know what's good. I can get. YOLO, though, right? I wish a lot of things had been different. Obviously. I think that goes for most of us here. I wish I had known. Remember, you could find the things I was so desperately looking for. Just feeling in my stomach something wasn't right. Knowing there was something wrong. That's the thing, though. Just those could all be all separate things. Do you know what I mean? Just because all these other things are, I'm so tired of explaining every little thing. Some days, especially around here, knowing it doesn't really have much detail or explanation or whatever you give. They're gonna do whatever the hell they want to. There's gonna be a whole bunch with low comprehension and intellect and everything else. They're just gonna take everything you say anyway and run with it however they take it, perceive it, want it to be, want to twist or target it. And so it's kind of useless. A whole lot of days to even bother. I don't know, let's be real, people out here. They want clips and easily digestible and they just want whatever they want. Even if it's not whole or right or accurate or in context or anything. And they'll take off anything that fits their narratives or whatever spin. What do you do in a world full of clips and fake things and fake everythings? Fake all the things, okay? From fake experts to fake faces, and you got freaking cats running around here talking. You got all kinds of things, you know? Fake messages, fake calls, fake panel writers, fake whatever you want. It's here. It's fake. But it's fake that goes extremely wrong. It's the problem. With real criminals and cons and tragedy pimps. It's an issue. But what do you do in a world like that? When you can't get down like that? When you're a real conversationalist and a human. And very much about an entirety of something instead of just a portion or whatever. And, you know, what do you do in a world like that? For me, I've just kept being me as much as possible. Doing things my way and speaking my way. What I do now is those boys, they wanted to be safe along with their sister. That's what I know. And I know she'd want the same for them. And in a way, Some are saved them before they could save themselves, and unfortunately nobody was on time for all of them at once. I know a great many have not picked up on certain articles around here. WJHL article being one, though a lot of running with it. It'll be in the written articles that go along with the news pieces. Here, tell it from Dawn. They signed rights over, boys were taken, etc., because otherwise they'd like owe child support and court costs or something. If they dared to fight, I don't know. And supposedly, allegedly, that services or something was like gonna harass them if they didn't, whatever. So, and you know how certain people feel about being harassed while making sure everybody else is right. So, now, you can believe his words or not. Not seeing anything that confirms that by officials of any kind, but don't know that you will because it involves minors, obviously, and closed cases. You know what I mean, like, to the public because of juveniles. Now, I know how y'all normally feel about that, considering how many monsters and creators here have done the absolutely illegal with certain paperwork involving all of us and minor children, and certain beasties just handle like they were directed not to, considering it holds information on minor children not proven to be theirs, and it's illegal. But, there's that. So anyway, it'd be just like giving out to strangers, or any minors, and especially in court settings. It's a no-no. Keeps being unknown like a deck of cards. Anyway, I gotta stop that. No, we're not gonna do that at the board. And I can't say boredom. It's more than that. It's more than my usual. I gotta have something to do with my hands. It's probably the way I feel right now. But what I do know is I'm gonna take word for it. Why not, right? Means the boys are safe. For good. Hopefully. seen so many other strange pieces past day or two, though. You know? Yeah, there's just so much in there. How do I fit all the little things in there that need to be? To explain it all, to give full story, to put it all in context, to make, and to show up how. How do I explain to you how sick I am of hearing DCS and officials kidnapped the children and they kidnapped some. I don't know how long certain people were out here running amok, starting to put that out into the realm. It's much like the dog trail thing, man. I didn't know for the longest that that was like a thing. Okay? Didn't realize that was like it's a story and sticking to it. And the wild part is that the day that that interview was happening, I was on the other side of a vid chat and could see them interviewing it on. Never bothered to watch it. Took me till not long ago to be like, what? Much like I've kept myself separate for so very long from the others and everything they're saying. Still not listened to quite a bit. So I don't know how long any of those things are being tossed out, but I don't think at this point in time back then that it was. Yeah. I think probably at that time it was still whatever was going on with the dog trail and all. I know that it was after that ended that it seemed to be that people really set in with the whole Russian organ harvesting, DCS, officials kidnapped, whatever, right? And I was like, what? But you see, for all that time, behind the scenes, in a real life person, I'd watched from the very beginning, anyways. for that lie. I'd watch that lie for him. Watch that narrative be built very early on. And then eventually, poof, it was ready to go. When needed, right? After all the others. And I have proof of that too. I have proof in their own hands. Not in their own handwriting, of course. Other people are helping them formulate that idea. Nonsense and bullshit. Can only imagine who, the first few weeks after Summer vanished. Oh boy, and that includes a few tragedy pimps over here in Speech Rose and such bullshit. I have it in proof that cannot be denied. That storyline, that lie, that bullshit is being formulated and built not long after Summer vanished. Tired of hearing it. It's not what happened to Summer. Summer nor those boys were kidnapped by DCS or officials of any kind. Can't even believe that was the main thing. Put out and pushed out again for Summer. During another year. Could have picked anything else to say. Instead, it was, I quote, we were stripped away from our board. And most normal people would probably phrase that as our children were ripped away from us. Or stripped away. Not you listed first. Yes. Language, man. It's not really true, though, by any means, or stretch of the imagination. Just like some are being kidnapped by DCS or officials is beyond ludicrous. The idea fed out years, especially by certain spokesmen, that the boys would ever come back or should come back or could come back or even wanted to come back. Because let's be real, in the first few days and weeks, very early on, they told you they didn't want to. But it seems nobody can honor their wishes. But instead use them to help foster and create a narrative that they and Summer were all kidnapped by DCS. I guess for the Fruit Loops right here, it'll buy that nonsense. And play tiny little violins, squealing my heart bleeds for you. Because you got masks. Shit matter. More than anything. Out. Public perception, whatever. Heard tell a spokesman or two. Also released it, and I'm like, I did not hear about that until just a few hours. Cause what? No, that shouldn't be being done. I never, you know. But certain arrangements, or probably certain arrangements, they're known types of arrangements. Nobody knows what true arrangements are, so therefore speculating one way or the other. Whether allowed or not, it's not gonna help. Nor will it make a damn. What occurred to me though is I've watched things try to get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner for certain. Whatever's right. Everybody's. It's more the caulking. People saying they're gonna do this and the other and whatever, and they're calling such and bitching at some representative, or they're gonna inundate services and whatever and demand blah. And I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's 4 billion wackadoodles a day doing exactly that and wasting those agencies' times while they could be saving other children in need. You know, instead of maybe possibly missing some. I want to know that they'll forever be safe and they'll stop being used as a way of masquerading for monsters and as a way to further the idea or notion that DCS or officials or some conspiracy theory driven thing kidnapped Summer and him. Now I notice obviously at most there's a stutter in there and it's like, oh well the boy's starting, but now who knows who's in charge of Summer or whatever. I'm like, that's weird, but okay. Knowing that most of the truth is sitting right here in front of the public. And they still can't see it. And bottom line, which helps propel the narrative that any of them were kidnapped by DCS. If those kids even remotely want to come back. This year's long effort of cleansing to where now people, new eyes, all that, it's one of those. Now we're gonna pretend like shit was Disneyland. Everybody was just poor or something and whoop season. No, nope. And then the big bad wolf, the government came and just kidnapped all of them. It's just so odd. One case closed and the next day she's gone, right? Must have been DC. No. And that one lady worker commented on how XYZ Summer must have been them that came and took some. Knowing that crap like that fits conspiracy nutters, Wayfair, QAnon, age of misinformation we're all in, and that people eat that crap. Want to believe it for some reason. Me, I personally despise walking through which I have to think, man, are these dots this, that, and the other? And, oh gosh, you have to sort of think like, your normal sane self, and then also, gosh, all these tragedy pimps, they get up shenanigans that, very reminiscent of monsters and crazy type techniques, but your brain's always like, is this like another Reuben shit, or is this, you have to walk carefully. But, the thing is, it doesn't seem like this narrative is going away, or the cry up for these children to be returned, or any of these people believing bullshit about Summer being kidnapped by DCS. Now, granted, she obviously vanished off that property somehow, some way, or around that property somehow, some way. And, personally, nobody on this earth is ever going to get me to believe that, she's wandered off into the woods like Winnie the freaking Pooh, and so far away, especially not in 2, 5, or 10 minutes, or in the subsequent hours to, not be seen, heard, found by the big boy equipment, not to hear any of us searching for her, yelling her name. No, nobody's gonna get me to believe that. Hear what you say, okay? Anyways. And, the animal stuff and this stuff and whatever other, I just nope. Defies all logic, common sense, reasoning. Just can't, you know what I mean? Nope, 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 nope. And I very much feel that, whatever happened definitely took interference and by, other human beings and adults, most likely, someone that was acquainted with her, didn't know her, and I will give a greater margin for the chances that it could have been unknown or whatever, just because of events occurring in it, right? But, no, she left on or around that property, in my opinion, by some means, and by some means of interference. Something happened, obviously. And I do not think that it had anything to do with a Winnie the Pooh scenario or, a bear or anything. So there's that. Or DCS. There's also that. I don't think any government officials came and stole Summer. Okay? I also don't think there was a black kidnapper that shut basement doors. I also found it strange that statements from beginning until now say she was last seen walking from her home. Now, how do you see that if you're upstairs? You're not downstairs, but we'll see. And then, of course, you have Lawson's statement about the boys apparently the first night. And then what they also said to me, which was different than, but definitely did place your outside. Problem is, there could have very much been adult interference in statements that day. So I'm really going to say about that too, considering 2, 5, and 10-minute weirdness. And people pulling in and coming to and from in between certain key moments. I just feel some type of way about things these days. But what I do know is this. I hold proof they tell you doesn't exist. I hold things that show that they're all damn liars. I mean, granted, what's that matter to this realm? But I've heard a million creators. Seriously, it feels like that. It feels like that. I'm pretty sure it might have been 2 million by this point. And about 4 billion subs come through and say, well, there's no proof. There's never been any proof that Dawn and Candace abused or did anything to harm their children. There's not really been online or anywhere else. None of the alleys seem to have it. None of the monsters. None of the Freds. I've got it. I've watched for years. Creators like Ziggy had to go full tilt, just make shit up. Y'all tragedy pimp up 911 calls. Place ghost noises and be idiots enough to tag freaking Ellie in it. Same place as the freaking calls are placed to in the first place. Problem is, it's so much worse. I remember the day that accidental keywords had nothing to do with anything. I was looking for something entirely different. I happened to be on a live stream in here. And one of these things, popped up. And as I began reading it, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. And my soul crashed to the fucking core of the earth, you know? And all things collided. Now, what collided was the fact that if, well, before that, I just put in some random keyword that had nothing to do with anything I was looking so desperately and hard for, maybe it would have popped up in time. Maybe if monsters weren't medically fucking abusing me during search, I would have known. I would have remembered. Maybe things would have been different from the beginning. Or never occurred. And that was the hell of it. It destroyed my soul. And then immediately after, because what happened? I instantly got my ass off here and did what needed to be done with it. And then when I did come back on, what I got was a bunch of tragedy pimps terrorizing the shit out of me. I think because they in their little camp they cleansed for were a little terrified about would have been possibly whatever, right? And they wanted to try to pull it out of me by goading, or then if they couldn't do that, then they made me look like I just, as I recall, a bunch of them chasing and others like, oh, she's magically just, right on her own damn front porch, smoking her own damn cigarettes, being a tragedy pimp ass piece of shit. Anyway, so there's that. Right? So it was either pull it from me or make me look however they chose. Meanwhile, I went, nope. And I took the brunt again. So what was that? Now either you're just incredibly stupid, you're incredibly tragedy pimping, and you're incredibly wound up and cleansing all the wrong buttons. I don't know. There's only so many ways that can go. It's a combination. Yeah. Tragedy pimps wanting and cleansing. Men trying to make certain people look certain ways. And, 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 and wanting all the things. Probably to screw with, tamper with, destroy, fuck up more shit, help monsters weave and bob. Nine about that. So, yeah. But you see now that it seems at least halfway semi-feasible and possibly true that the boys are safe. I'm messing up. Can you screenshot it and send it to me? It's super weird. I only have so many blocked of him this, but it's very few. Very, very few. So most I can see over here, even if I can't see him over there. And I can see that on neither. You know, it irritates me even more, but I was told by Monster towards the end they knew of shit and abuse and this and the other. Even though they were supposedly allegedly as concerned as I was. Whatever. Their thing was that I just didn't tell you because I knew you'd start shit. Blah, blah, blah. And knowing that not only that, but that they would have also remembered a great abundance of these things that I did not. Because, unlike me, at the time, they were not being medically abused and jacked with so that people could get back up to their monster stuff. Cheating, smoking, blah blah blah, hoes on boats, leaving us around peeping toms, that type of thing, you know? So they knew and they've known all along, you know? I was also part of the collision and stuff I had to deal with, and certain things. Not all the things, but certain things. And it bothers me that somebody near me that was willing to go, okay, I'm seeing these weird fucking things, I'm concerned too. But then to have known or seen or whatever and been able to remember. But honestly, during those periods, it's mostly just keep me distracted and busy on something else besides it's newest cheese. That's all. It's all little things and how they combine. And how things move and shift together. How they may not mean anything in a single moment or a day or week, but may weeks, months, or years down the road, and how they may greatly affect things. Somebody's happy this morning. I'm awfully tired. I'm being surrounded by so many monsters. But I have a tendency not to give up or break in the face of, or so there's that. Guess if I was that type, I'd been dead a long time ago. A doormat. Be something. If I'd given up or broken in the face of monsters, I would have lost who I am very long. And that's not something I was ever willing to have taken. Although at last it was very hard not to. Now, instead of just dealing with 3 on the regular, monster and its monsters, deal with millions of them, seems like. Plus that and other helpful critters to monsters. Oh my god. Alright, um, wait. Oh, is that the one that Rusty's threatening me with? Bless. Yeah, whatever. Making it look some sort of way when I was like, well, haha, but it was totally directed at certain frog in a hot skillet currently. It just doesn't quite realize that. That one, yeah. Mm-hmm. You know how they go when they're not on the streets. Their procurers are. Gotta have all the things. Even if they fucking hate me. Um, I wanna try to make me look certain types of ways for certain folks. But, you see, all that's, yeah, I don't know. Probably just rip it off like a band-aid. Honestly, but, man, there's so much to every, and so much still can say or give. But what I do want is for those boys to remain safe and for this bullshit to stop. People for years have played hoaxes. I don't do that. They play hoaxes and I play truth. They don't play absolute annihilation of other real human beings for their own pleasure and enjoyment, games, and to hide behind and make eyes turn anywhere else. But I'm really sick of it. No goddamn. Now, if I was told if I was a smart girl, when some around here knew I've been struggling hell with certain things for quite a while. There's not many days that go by that I wish I couldn't just scream out a million different things to the world. But I don't. But there are certain things that there's no been on the struggle bus with. Tried a million ways figure out how or when, most especially when. That's always a hard thing to determine, and sometimes, instinctually some things, the timing on them is going to be never until, they've gone through and out of certain settings. Try to many different ways to think about how, when, where, and how to say or show things in the best way possible. Those included many different ways to. I just think I've been through it all. I think others have tried to help figure out a way. For a while, I'll let it go and then just clamp back down. Though my soul still screamed. I thought about putting it behind a wall to where it would control certain things. I know other giant creators wanted these things without even really knowing what they were. They wanted to buy all the things. Sure. It was a good test run. Because what essentially happened with that is they thought they got enough to then run and whisper tell through other YouTube and tragedy pimps, and then certain ones did certain things. Planned, scheduled things to let me know. Yeah, it wasn't wrong about who's playing with who around here. And, because I just got too excited. And then others just enjoy terrorizing the shit on me. Preferred meat bag monsters. So there's that. Mm. The option of going for larger creators was the thing. I'm decided on none of those. But behind walls didn't feel right just to control it, because, anything around any of us is really uncontrollable. But, man, just take whatever they want, clip it, put narratives to it, spin it, shove it down people's throats, whatever way they want. Doesn't matter if it's done behind the scenes or otherwise, or behind walls or not. And that too is part of the struggle. Because most of them never do right. By anything put out, released, etc. They'll only ever be able to do bad. Oh, gotta quit. Got to. It's a combo this morning of being feeling how I'm feeling, plus smoking and all the things going on in the last few weeks. Anyway, and yeah, they're aspirin again. Anyway, I just, none of it felt right. None of it was right. And I don't think would have been right. Especially not to hand off to others. To do with as they will. From the get. You know? And then probably to inevitably end up tragedy pimp. Why would I do that? Why would I, do that? Y'all know how I feel about them people. Okay. And then I knew if it was put out or with a massive semi-responsible creator, what would happen is all the worst critters would come out to hashtag this, hashtag that, on top of whatever giant creator it was, just to get views, clicks, whatever. Blah, blah. Whereas they won't necessarily do that with me, so it's best suited that I just do it here, my own time, when I choose to speak, and how I choose to speak, even if others can't stand it or can't understand it. Or claim they can't. How's my speech this morning? Am I understandable? I'm telling you, like chewable aspirin is terrible. Orange flavored, but then it does these. I hate the weird feeling in your mouth. I hate it. It's gross. And I gotta tell you, yesterday, oh, I hadn't gotten much sleep because I'd been up all night keeping guard. So I only got a couple hours. And, I woke up to can't remember which come first. I happened to be in a small little channel, and they were like, hey, we just got word that the stables are, and I was like, no motherfucking way, right? And then they kept playing, and then I happened to bring it up. Right. Then people argued with me that, well, it was, I was like, bro, it should just, like, don't magically fucking combust in the south because it's hot. Yeah, like, well, it was hot. I was like, bro, the time it was actually chilly, I could not make others understand how if you go from like 100 degrees in the south with humidity to even 10 degrees, as soon as the sun sets, it feels like snow, like winter. It's a terrible feeling. Okay, it's freezing, and either way, it's not like the south is the surface of the fucking sun. Our buildings just don't spontaneously poof and heat. Now you could have obvious structural issues as the other in play because of, yeah, maybe that's why the animals weren't in there luckily enough. Could just be as simple as that. But man, I don't know, I feel some type of way about it, y'all. And there's this wild part that happened hours before that. That only officials know about around 110. Well, actually, I think there's one or two more you acted up there, but either way, it was just such a weird day yesterday. And, then also thinking, well, hell, what if it's like a perpetrator or something pissed off that the horse stable and the horse pond are being blamed, it's not getting enough credit or something, yeah, some weirdo like that, which is not beyond the realm for certain types of perpetrators and things. But then leading up this close to everything, worried that it's one of the tragedy pimps or one of their fruitcake followers, because this year it's mostly the fruitcakes that are here. The worst. It would have been hidden in the shadows doing the worst little work behind the scenes for all these years that are finally getting to come out and open and show their faces. And that's real worse, especially considering all of them, who their channels are, what they speak to, how people this time of year are, dangerous anyway. It's kind of an everyday thing, but uh, right now it's super like, no. Now I know the other ones all go out and they play patty cake. And they do all the things. They're pretty well sick because they're whatever, but they're still not. They get the wrong nutter. They're all idiots, honestly. They want to play patty cake and pretend. Either way, so, um, little enough for most yesterday tried to stay, um, where we weren't known to be and that type of thing. Whatnot. So, after that news, and, still honestly thinking about for the next couple days. I don't know what to do half the time. I know that it's worrisome until it's figured out. But, either way, late last night, um, got a little thirsty, and knew we were on our way back and forth, and so, she wanted blue or an ocean water. That's what it is. Dextrococo. It's their thing. So, go by, pull into the drive-thru, not a stall or anything to get one, and anyway, wait on our stove. It's quite packed. It was hotter than hell here yesterday. It still was through the night, except to me, freeze. But anyway, it was still hotter than hell at that point. Like, you couldn't go anywhere with humidity and everything else that was just pouring. Look, for a good 5 months out of the year in the South, you can't wear makeup. You might as well forget it. Chalk it. Ain't happening. And, anyway, Warriors Fire pulls in, right? And Little and I sort of looked at one another and it's like, man, you know, I just couldn't. I was like, you know, all these guys, and I knew a bunch from other fire departments and things, that responded, but it was like, you just wish you could, think of all, and you're worried about all on things, like, YouTube aspects and all the critters on the ground and wondering if it's some perpetrator weirdo out there. It's pissed because they're not getting enough attention, and instead the water, some freaking iced tea or something being blamed, and taking credit for their whatever. You just don't know. And so it's a little terrifying. And then if it's one of the freak shows that come with the circus, you don't know or what they could do or what they're capable of either. So, and obviously these are slower things. They take a bit. No TBIs investigate. And I have faith in them. They'll figure it out. Okay? And arson investigators, I'm sure they're on the thing. And I'm not, sure of it. I know it to be a fact. Okay? So, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not like, I'm sure they are. I know for a fact. So, I'm like, Little and I are just like, man, something's sort of pulling at both of us, and we debate for a minute, and I try to pay for their food, their midnight snacks and stuff. But the lady doesn't get the thing done enough time, and then they pay the card, right? Before she can do all the stuff. So then what we do is they put it in like a gift certificate format, and then that way they could do extra, come again, etc. And so we went out and handed them stuff, told them thank you, shook their hands for protecting all the critters. Looks like they were also glad that stables were clear at the time. But the universe, man, it spoke. Here you are again, just like, here's this, right after this, and after all the bad yesterday, a good pebble out to the universe was needed. And I don't say any of this or speak it out loudly because I want a trophy or something. Oh my gosh, you're such a good human. No. I don't care about any of that. I don't give a shit about any of it. It's not virtue signaling either. just the story of how the universe goes, and I think it matters. The little things, right? And I think it's an example of how some days the universe speaks right in brain dot ways, or, you know, whatever, but our hearts listen after all. You know, chances, odds here are, which I mean, you're not that far from, obviously, but, like the peppermint the other night, I actually can't name the last time I've seen one of them in there around it, so it's like, man, mm-mm. And, it's just the universe, and like, it's pebble time, right? So I only speak it out loud to hopefully get pebbles to carry forward by others. Kick out your own good pebbles, you know? Just a very strange day yesterday. And all the news releases and things like that, which I know that everybody has held their breath for years. And some of those were very uplifting and didn't instill hope or anything else like the one C&D gave. That shit was just absolutely so stupid. And I couldn't make sense out of it. Because I'm like, what the hell do y'all mean? Because, like, y'all acting like it's cold or something, and I know better. Like, I know better. The hell kind of shit are y'all trying to pull over, you know? I don't think so. Why are you trying to give that idea out? Much like June 15th, 3 years ago. Why? Why is it abandon all hope with everybody? And not just one way or the other, but always. Just seems to me that some people just want everything to vanish. While somehow simultaneously using it for mostly just to keep masks on. Tap a few buttons through the night, some hunting things down. I can't really say night. It's early before I come on, but watched a great number of these worst little tragedy pimp creators and critters and such coming down on their channels. Like 90 deep, all enjoying their vacays and whatnot, right? Filming the damn news, filming them. Much all of them naming each other, advertising each other. Channel is still back here. They've already promised 24 hours prior to it they're going to get them bids and this here, and they're even advertising them to the news. Much people lie to the news saying that they're victim advocates, and their whole channels are built around things like missing children or domestic violence. And I'm like, you like heifers, you know? I think most of you mean the torture of, and exploitation of, and the justification of, you lick monsters' butt. So then I'm like, oh my god, just, and then like less than 24 hours, like, oh, I just can't. It was so much garbage. No, and all on the same day they were doing the exact opposite. Well, they're already here, obviously, some been here for days. While they're talking to other channels, this the other, while they're here, um, they were on there talking shit and all these other things. I mean, like, doing the exact opposite of what they just sat down with our local news and swore to them they weren't part of. I was like, and then knowing half of these creators have tried for years to keep from being doxxed or known. They've hidden behind icons, whatever wouldn't come out. Then I watched half of them be like, well, if people want to find me, it's fine. We can show my face because, well, if people want to find me, they'll find me after all. It was like totally watching 423 Chase again. Oh no, the mask is on because it's all about summer and I don't want to be about me. And la 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 la. And then boy, news shows up. He's like, la, here I am, world. Just couldn't resist it. So what we're soon to have, and what Happy's Damage didn't realize, is their other YouTube buddies were actually streaming them, streaming, and it was weird. Is that all of them are basically out now, and so you're about to find out about a whole new. And it never ceases to amaze me what these people look like that have been tormenting some of us for years. It all makes perfect sense sometimes when you can see them and what they really look like. And you're like, oh. You're like, man, that's what's been behind that icon or that whole channel this whole time. Really? Okay. So anyway, I'm like, oh, there we go. So is that 423? But anyway, they're also sitting there calling for nobody fighting in this. I don't know if they mean Noel and Matt, who were supposed to beat the shit out of everybody while they were down here, and calling for everybody to meet them at the horse pond and all that to have MMA or whatever fights. And fights about Matt stealing Monster's mailbox and all. So I don't know. Anyway, and they were talking about how everybody should get along. They can't take it. Nobody should be fighting or arguing, and they didn't agree with any of those who had come before and, done all that stuff and made a scene by fighting and arguing and stuff. But then I'll be damned if they weren't waiting on one of those particular ones to get to news interviews. That had indeed done one of the grossest things I've ever seen done at Summer's Visual with its particular sister. I know y'all damn well know what I'm talking about there. And I'm like, wait, didn't you just say a couple hours before on another channel you didn't hang what? And then here, you know what? Forget it. It's tragedy pimping at its finest. And people saying that they're down here to be Summer's voice, but mostly to show law enforcement something or other. I don't know. To send a message to law enforcement, but I don't know. They're here to send some sort of message to law enforcement. Alright, to make sure they're here doing their jobs or Summer's not. I don't know. It's same ludicrous bullshit as always. hear tell. I said, Justin is coming in chasing. He's got some sort of dog bite thing going on. Yeah, okay. And, whatever. With one of her kids supposedly, I don't know, look. Yeah, okay. And then Ziggy was said not to be coming, but you know how that shit works. And it's not been live for enough time to get here on planes for most people. So anyway, you never know really. I hear tell from others, we all have this. But it's the goofiest bunch of stuff. But man, they always say it's about summer. And it's not. It's a meet and greet. And usually a paid for one. And it's to terrorize. And it's to acquire more, disrupt more, insert more, get and scrape whatever they can, and then go back with it. That's it. That's it. The meet and greet and partying with monsters is usually how it works out. Pretty tired of the monsters. I think, for me, I don't know how many of y'all caught Times News Online. Their piece, shared it over there a while ago. But I think it had very few views when I found it still, even though it had been put out quite a while before. And that's a damn tragedy in and of itself. But it looks like it's Bobo that did a lot of it. It's just something about that piece. What it concentrates on. Things it includes. Things it doesn't. I do like the part where Bobo is chasing the helicopters. The helicopters that were present near roads behind interviews where horses ran because they were scared. But that for 3 years I've heard people go, but, was that road checked? But, if it was across the line, then how did anybody look? But there it is. It's always been. Here's your sign. This is the goofy stuff we've all had to listen to, even though there's proof here. I don't know. You know what also hit me weirdly enough about the stable thing yesterday? It was how close to like 5:30 that was. And certain people's lives you go on to like 5:30. But I think that was the response to whatever. But it don't take long for structures like that. I was like, you have to think in conspiracy theories, right? I'm like, side on the hill at that time around. I'm like, is this a joke? Is this a universal joke? Serious right now? I'm just the weight, trying to weigh between everything and against everything. And I know it would be like this. It's a little too early for that type of reckless. Alright, just, yeah, I can't. I know that I want the boys to remain safe and not affected or harmed by anything. Though I know that's wishful thinking because they, much like my kids, sure they catch things online even if they don't want to, even if they're not supposed to, no matter what they do. I know they're forever left in the state, much like everybody else is wondering, like, as well. Heartbreak, questioning, You don't want to be a source of anything extra on top of anything, you know? But you do know, them let us know that they were also trying to save themselves. And now they're being paraded around much like they have for several years as a way to prop up one of the biggest damn lies and conspiracy theories and things around their sister, which is that she was kidnapped by DCS, or they were, and this the other. When you know none of that to be true, and you know all of that garbage until it's broken down is hiding light, till it's all stripped away. So monsters can't hide behind. No matter if responsible for 15th or not. It needs to stop. Just like people weaving screams to fit whatever the hell stories and things prior they want to tell people were unfucking aware of. Till eons later. And then the next, and then the next big line, the next big piece of bullshit, the next whatever. Wouldn't, I don't know, we don't know, wouldn't any of that be a hell of a lot easier, or hey, this is the theory, any of that, as opposed to putting out like all of that for years, or targeting or having others targeted to the point of annihilation and absolute destruction just because, oh, all the monsters enjoy that type of shit, and because of, you know, I don't know, so many things in there, you know? I'm having second thoughts about taking 4 baby aspirin. Maybe. I wish things were easier. I know. I'm sorry. But it was blue medicine. They're mad at me right now. Just a little. I swear if I didn't know any better, I'd swear this one was one of those Sphinx cats. Alright. There you go. Anyway. Some days I wonder. You never know. But, really? Cat was like, yes, really. Let's do some of the goofiest stuff. For real? Alright, I'm back. For starters, I'd chase kitten, pick up the stuff kitten's building, and decided another cup of ice for that. Anyway, tired. Tired masks and lies, monsters, and all those who want to annihilate any version of reality or the truth. I sling shit out of everybody. Hey, but guess you're doing that. And tragedy pimps can get their content from it, then everybody can play patty cake. What's my as long as somebody else is being fucked with. As long as everybody else is just inserting to extreme degrees and like going to depths you can't even imagine in the real life. I'm willing to try to get him killed and such too. As long as tragedy pimps are willing to go to those links. Thing is, right, there weren't things in here. And things known and things found and all the things otherwise. I would just sort of chalk it up to that, well, one glass house, another, type of thing, except it's still far more extreme. Because monsters have similarities. All of them in ways. They don't have a problem abusing children. They don't have a problem abusing women. They don't have a problem trying to use children in some fashion, shape, or form to manipulate, control, uh, to hold hostage, that type of thing, in order to keep you boxed one way or the other. However, I fought to the death over mine. Mine were used to be able to control me in other ways. And the very few times Monster attempted Monster and did, Monster found out really fucking quick. You just don't. It'd be the one time, like, we'll have it out until somebody dies. Don't fuck with my kids. I'm one thing, kids are another. Okay? And I would come back just to take my ass beatings, and what? And he'd be like, you better be XYZ so I can beat your ass. I'm going straight there because he knew if, like, I was out, kids were home or something, and, you know, he could force me back that way to do whatever to me, etc., because I'd be afraid he'd make it to the kids first, that type of shit. And, so, and then when I did try to go for help, a lot of times, bleeding and everything else, he'd have to turn around because he'd use the kids to control me in his own way. Went across the street. It's not so dissimilar ways, except looked like he was laying hands on the kids pretty often. At least by the way it turns out looking. It's a no big fucking deal situation. No, man. And I can't say that I recall any of this because I really don't. I do remember where I eventually dropped people off at, but could have sworn that was connection and everything. But directions here tell me exactly where I was at one point dropping people off. And dropping one of the children off. Alright. So, I had to edit some and leave out a few of them. And I had to do them in a different way to where so and I have marked the name of the children and things like that. Though it's not something any will forget, I'm sure. But then again, I don't know. Depends on how many times things were done. But you don't forget things like that. All I'll say is that the one here was around the same age as Summer when she vanished. You know, there had been a previous conversation about snakes, which is sort of one of those things we'll get to. Uh, but there was talk of snakes again, and such, and then at some point later, on another day, are you home? Just got back, I said. Well, there was a big fight last night and I left because Donnie was getting violent. And I was like, oh hell, you okay? The reply was he let me take all the kids, but. And she names that child. I was like, I was in the hospital till late. What the fuck? You can't just keep a kid. Who does that? Now, granted, during this period, monsters. Anyway. She says, yes, I'm in town with a friend with no money and no gas. I can't get a hold of Donnie to find the kid. He was supposed to bring the kid to me last night, but never did. I told her, I was like, I've not heard him go in or out. Power was out down here from 4-ish yesterday till 3 a.m. this morning. And I was up till 6, napped till 7, never heard his truck. She goes, yeah, it was dark when I left out. He not at school because I called them. I was like, fuck. You think he's at home with him? Or took him to work? See. She goes, he was saying all kinds of shit. I hope he at home and not out crack-hoeing around. I was like, he's probably doing it to force you to come back. She goes, I'm not going back. I fill out application right now. Which implied to me that it was being reported, she was taking out protective alert or something. Which I know instinctually is why. And it's like, okay, help in this situation, etc. And mostly likely why everything played out as it did. I was like, uh-oh, shit, hold on. I was like, that's most likely why he kept the kid anyway, to torment you, to worry you, to force you back. You think the kid is over there alone? She goes, I don't know, could someone go see? I was like, you think the kid would answer for someone else? Her answer was, probably. I was like, I've got walking pneumonia, the flu, and sinusitis. Her reply was most likely. I was like, Donnie won't hurt so-and-so or anything if they go over, will he? And her response to us was, "Damn girl, I was told I have colon cancer." Who knows whatever happened to the colon? And she goes, "No," in reply to me asking if Donnie would hurt other people if they went over and such. And my reply to the colon cancer was, "Damn," because I was like, "If he's over there alone, what then?" She goes, "I don't know. Make him come to your house. I'll find a way to come get him." I was like, "I just took a ton of narcotic syrup. As I hit the door, I drop and bring him to you. I'm sending so and so over." She goes, "Right, I understand. Okay, just let me know." Now, they had indeed prescribed me medicine because of coughing. I couldn't breathe. I assumed this was starting because cancer was already there and starting to metastasize real good. And they couldn't figure out the breathing issue. So they just kept giving me one freaking thing after another. It was stupid. So anyway, and this was in September of 2018. So yeah, they just kept giving me wrong diagnosis after wrong diagnosis there for quite a bit. About a year further out than this. A little over. Something like that. Anyway, 2020. In July, I believe. Anyway, I was like, so and so just got back. Donnie just came. I was like, so and so just got back. Donnie just came in as so and so was walking over. So and so says Donnie was acting funny. And I'm sure I'd given my and the people around me warnings about him acting funny, then don't go anywhere near certain things. I was like, the kid has a bright red bruise on his cheek. Candace says Donnie was out doing crack. He's supposed to be bringing the kid to me. I'm so pissed. I was like, yeah, sounds like it from what so and so said about how he was acting. Candace goes, do you know if they left out? I was like, I've not heard the truck. She goes, okay, thank you. I was like, if I hear it, leave a message. She goes, okay, sounds good, thanks. We realized through Alice that, looks like a fairly not an okay situation. And, there's probably no getting, kid released without danger type of situation. Anyway, she was like, thank you. I was like, if I hear it, leave a message. She goes, okay, sounds good, thanks. If you need me, message. If he doesn't show message, I'll find a way to get you gas. She goes, okay, cool, sounds great. And then Not too long later, he still ain't showed. I was like, I've still not heard the truck either. She goes, he might have crashed, went to sleep. The kid, she messaged a few minutes after that. The kid's walking over to your house. I was like, I fell asleep, he's here, just got me up. She goes, Donnie just told me he was all fucked up on crack and still drinking. He wouldn't say nothing until after the kid left. I was like, well, the kid just said his dad was up all night driving a lot, and today. She goes, yeah, I bet they were. Poor little guy, how's his face look? Now, as you can tell, power was out, also stuff. Sounds pretty clear. You know, hear people coming and going. Anyway, just put a pin in that for a minute. But, yeah. And, bruises aren't red unless they're fresh. Okay, just not. Candace goes, that means the kid was at crack house all night back and forth. And my response to her, poor little guy, how's his face look? And the portion up here, she says he was up on crack and he's still drinking. So anyway, in response to her asking how poor little guy's face looked, at that point, I couldn't tell. So I was like, can't tell he's hanging out with so-and-so and the puppy in darker part of the living room. Think it's fine though? And she was like, okay, now I got to figure out how to get him. And she corrects because she spelled it Jim. And she goes, get him. I was like, where you at? She gives directions to where she's at, this and other, which I'm not going to. That way, Tragedy Pimpville here cannot hunt down someone else. See how that works? It's to keep others from being contacted, messed with, screwed with. I was like, I think I can manage that. It's just a hop over mountain. She goes, okay, I'll be watching for you. I was like, I'll look for your van or you. Should be about 30 minutes. She's like, okay, yeah, it's out there. Okay, be careful. And by the way, this was hours later, so, and I would not have driven if I was faced. So anyway, I was like, the kid forgot your shoes in the back floorboard. I just noticed when I got home. I'll have Andy run them back out when he gets off, if that's okay. She goes, that's fine, and thank you so very much. I was like, no problem, just holler at me around 6 and let me know where you're at, and I'll have him bring you. I was like, I swear I just passed Donnie on my way in, but not sure. And then all I got in response was, okay, probably so. Right? And then days later, I get a message saying, hey, Blondie is over here. I was like, what the fuck? Ugh, those dogs. I was like, he was at home and left not long ago. Bunch of fuzzy assholes. I was like, been wondering where you'd been. You hadn't messaged. Still got your shoes in the car. Candace goes, well, him and Queen are in the new edition staying dry from the storm. He's been here most all day off and on. Power went out. So, power out again. Anyway, that right there told me that she had not reported, did not do what she said she had done, etc. But our response to where you been, wondering how you were, was, I'm back here in the creek. I can't leave. I love it here. And then there's a picture of Premise. But yeah, so it's basically looked like a big game. Enough days to make sure bruises faded and then come back and for nobody to hold proof of them. I mean, my guess, and to make people think that things are being reported and orders or papers filled out when none of that had actually been, and probably wasn't even going to be. So, Monster at the same time, you see. Monster. Because Candace just went by. I was like, yeah, I gave her $5 for gas so she could get to Walmart for a money order thing from her mom. You know, Candace Sr. So, Candace Sr. was also well aware of, as was Monster, of this incident. Anyway, I was like, he asked me what, because I had Legion, quite a few. Not just his, but the others things, but for reasons. Um, and that morning, before all that junk, I had tried to run errands and things like that. I'd sat on a pack saddle. At that time, we also had road work and things being done on Ben Hill and everything. And those Premier guys had to help me pull out the freaking spines from the pack saddle. It was not a pleasant morning. Looks like. From the pictures and conversation that I sent most. Having some sort of fight with the bank about overdrafts and weird stuff being paid twice and all that. And then he swore he'd just seen me, and I was like, not me, and basically that was a uh-oh, shout somewhere, up shit, right? Anyway, told me it looked like me driving by, and where my soul at that time of year was a little dirty from the rain. I sent him a screenshot of everything with Cena. I was like, I've been home since about 8:40, as you can see, so no, it wasn't me. He's like, really? Damn, look just like you and sis too. Well, I love you. And then he goes, well, what Candace want you to do? And I was like, yeah, we've been here. My whole body's on fire. Fuck, I'm driving around. I was going to Walmart or Wilcox, but pack sale happened. Couldn't manage that. Came home just about wanting to go crawl Beastman's ass. I was like, so I tell you something. I was like, do you remember kids telling us they heard shit over there after power went out? So you see, the power went out. It was up for quite a length of time. And our children had heard all kinds of crazy shit over there. I was like, well, apparently he was beating her and kids. She left. He wouldn't let her take all the kids. He kept one. Typical abuser behavior to control and torment. Anyway, kid didn't go to school. He kept him out, apparently. Candace figured he'd left him home alone while out doing crack. It was like, I sent so-and-so over, and Donnie pulled in. Anyway. And then I had to ask him where this place was that I needed to go to that I should have actually known. But I'm assuming this is part of the medical leftover fuckery that's happening because of home slice here, you know? Because of all sort of directional sense, facial stuff, all that. Anyway, I was like, she figured he'd left him home alone while out doing crack. And then I was like, I sent so-and-so over, and Donnie pulled in. Kid's face is beat all to fuck. Donnie is cracked out. Anyway, he's supposed to take kid to her. I don't know. Monster goes, goddamn. I was like, yeah. And I was also sending pictures of the pack saddle and the seat that had gotten my, literally. And as you can see in this message, the power had been out all night, most of the day, right? And I was like, I was up till 6, napped till 7, never heard him going in there. Which did indeed mean, throughout all that, that Candace wasn't wrong. Dawn did indeed have that child at crack houses and dope dens the whole time. And somewhere in there, that child got fresh. Because, you see, when I first seen them, they were red and whatever. And it looks like maybe the person that's never told me it was red. So then by the time, everything starts going out throughout the day, it looks like the bruising is looking a little worse. Whatever head and face injuries happened had to happen in Dawn's care at the dope dens all night. Now, I have spoken for years, and I know that I have said more than a few times that there were several instances where one of the kids would be taken with Dawn. It was always played off to me like, he took one of the kids and it was domestic violence, about like Monster did. But Monster didn't take off the kids. He didn't want shit to do with them. He just used them to make me come back to where he was so he could beat my ass. Right? Or to make me afraid that he would go hurt him. And then, no way of control. So it was that type, But, they both had their ways. Anyway, so I think she tried to correlate with that throughout the years. So Dawn just taking, to sort of keep control of me, this or. But actually, looking back, I don't know that that's the case. There were a couple times when, I know once it was in Knoxville. The child did not know where they were. they called Candace somehow. They've been gone with him for like 3 days. Nobody heard from either. He finally got his hands on a phone somehow. Called Candace. Nobody could figure out because child, they had no idea where they're at. How to find him or come get him or anything else. And I don't know how Candace finally managed that. But there was a habit of Dawn taking these children to drug dens and such throughout the years. It was just always played off like, oh, he got pissed off, beat the shit out of, whatever, and then he's using one. And he always did. He usually, generally, always kept one child with him. Even around town, even after work, it was always one child. And he would swap favorites throughout the years. Now, I'd ask this of someone else. Right, earlier. Now, see, this is little Holden Summer. She was itty bitty. Brand new, right? I know you'll seen me post pictures. But in these, you can tell our brothers. And, in the pictures, shaved heads, right? Thing is, till after all this, it's like when Summer vanished, brothers weren't. She was. But throughout the years, I mean, I have shared this one before. You can see how much and how alike. And they did. At the same age Summer was, they all looked exactly alike. I mean, you could have put one upside of the other throughout the years. And it was like identical. And always shaved heads those periods. Looking back at those same ages for sure. Which, I mean, all of them generally will be in summer and stuff, like in the actual season. So I don't know if it's a thing or not. But it looks like at a certain point, apparently, last year, theirs weren't Summer's love. But there was such a vast age But I noticed as the other children got older, they had more control over that. So as they aged beyond that age range, a lot of years theirs weren't shaved fully like they had been, or like Summer's was. Straight shaven to the scalp thing. I don't know. And then, because I'm really tired of this DCS kidnapped boys summer bullshit. This is very early on. This is Candace and I on a vid chat. Not too long, just a few weeks after Summer vanished. And in it, is all this stuff. And I recall the conversation and everything else being, I'm not going to show all of it because it doxes people and workers and everybody. Yeah, I remember the conversation at least pertaining to, it was, all this conspiracy theory nonsense about how certain workers have been charged this or found to be corrupt in other states and are running stuff for had arranged all this shit, right? And you ask how far back that was, right? Quite a bit back, obviously. Not too long after Summer Dance, 2 weeks, right? Boys had obviously been taken. A few weeks out from that. And then, like I said, I'd never watched the Dog Trail piece, Didn't know about it like the rest of y'all, even though I knew it had the interview had taken place. People had sent me the whatevers, but I never watched it. But I was indeed on bed chat. Right? The day that it was taken place. And Dawn was outside interviewing. Candace was inside laughing, having a great time. Not too emotional to interview, but didn't walk out the door now. Talking about the Dawn show. Like there was some talking there about shit. Cause I remember at a certain point, Dawn come back in or something. And on the background, he was talking to Cher, which I didn't know as piece of shit she is here. Currently, I just knew she was a piece of shit. Cause on that phone call, well, Candace and me here, she was just talking mad shit to Candace. It was just bullshit to trigger stuff. Dawn was telling Candace to shut the fuck up, to be nice to Cher, to do all this, that, and the other. I also remember Candace, during these times telling me that, she was allowed to see the boys. Dawn wasn't. Some such fuckery, right? That changed a few times further, but, she had just gotten to see him, etc., and then Dawn started on this. She was, according to Candace, that he was thinking Candace was, quote, against him. Now, why on earth that would be, I don't know. Because hell, he was at work, right? And that phase of a Fed or someone pretending to be the Feds, making him think he'd done something with his daughter or with dope or something like that. And then, he really believed that shit. He really believed that shit. I remember him telling that to the news, which that piece is poofed into oblivion. But also J4. Right? And then he went and did the Knoxville Ferry Crack Run. But, as we all know, not all things are as they seem, because during that period, what you have is road being unblocked. You have Amy Tate's and them showing up on scene with Candace and Dawn partying the fuck down. You have Amy Tate's being at the vigil for summer first few weeks with the boys right before they're taken, just a couple days before. She's twacked out. Candace Senior standing there with her arms. I got the video clip of it. It's from the news. Amy Tate's standing there grinding her jaw. I mean, you can't take it for anything but what it is. She's clearly on things. It's the other. At the same time, you have a bubble being bought. Things busted on drive. You have all these things occurring, right? So then later on, and see, even after the boys are taken, you have Amy Tate's and all those other squalls groups and things she's sending up to the hill to chase shadow people. You have them still continuing to be up here partying down even months later after the boys are taken and things. Right? As Candace and Dawn are formulating the whole DCS kidnapped our kids bullshit and the Dog Trail shit, all that. And then you have Amy Tate's and all them playing roles and helping put me in the back of an ambulance, trying to steal devices, all that bullshit. And then, obviously them coming online and lying about myself, my children, all the events, because, masks of shadow hunting people and that type of thing, and a group who knows that some of us hold the truth, which is that all those little shadow hunters chasing shadow people with knives and weapons and shit onto many neighbors' properties, it kind of looks bad. And if people come out and say something, so, yeah. And then it just goes back to the blackmail nonsense of Squall immediately, too. And I just, for those of you who've been here, so we're not going to go back through all the things, but those markers when the boys were taken, you have roads unblocked, you have people out of Squall's little groups and things being sent to the hill, all that, tweaking out. They're seen on camera by real news agencies tweaking their balls off. And then nobody learned. Nobody says, hey, yeah, maybe don't. Nope. They double, triple, quadruple down, and they continue to have those people like Amy Tate on the property, Freons, and continuing all the way into the fall. Still doing what they were doing right before the boys were taken. All of them. Now, I don't know about you, but I guess YouTube danger creators, dangers and creators from YouTube, whatever Don says on the news. Guess you can say it with a straight face if you include all the people you're hanging out with or sent by YouTubers to your house. Doing whatever with you, I'm sure. Right? So then the real journalists, you can say, oh, it's the, whatever, which I mean, sincerely though, can't disagree because we really do have real danger. And yeah, I mean, you see what happens because of creators. Even if you're not doing what the hell they were doing. You can see all the bullshit that's happening here because of this group and real danger it's brought and devastation it's caused around here. So I can't disagree with that. However, when their events were unfolding and the boys were taken, it was an entirely different scenario, and road had just become unblocked. There wasn't that many people coming in. I mean, there were some. It was definitely Pet and Zoo style. There was definitely Juanita. There was definitely, Juanita wouldn't come much past all. She was just too busy conning and scamming people. She wasn't even trying, yelling in Jersey. I don't know, whatever. But no, when you have true assholes with you, with Summer's brothers at her vigil, tweaking the fuck out, and then, it's probably the real danger, especially when you combine it with habits of Dawn's and everybody else's. It's probably the real danger and the YouTube danger at that point. And then you see it's all still bullshit. Because a bunch of us know out of their own mouths. They said the reason was because they failed his test, too. So, combination of all things, maybe? Maybe when somebody sees you on the news with a tweaker, out of Squall's group, it might come give you a piss test. Who really knows? Point is, I know Don already fancied that up pretty quick, and first morning I hear all this stuff happening, and then Dawn gives me an answer as him and Candace going out to work because she didn't want to stay home and whatnot. We're all like, and then, that there was no reason to sit home by herself if the kids weren't there. What? I don't know. But, then, not long after that came up, well, I told them to take them. Yeah, whatever, bro. And Candace looked at him like she yelling. But, Sorry, it's kitty feeding time. It's breakfast. So, anyway, I mean, there's so much more that belongs to it. So many questions, you know. Is that why he sticks for years on this whole idea of some hillbilly junkie sicko meth addict has somehow gotten somewhere, and why is he always centered on head and facial injuries to her or being done to her? Is this why? And why is it that everybody in the damn neighborhood and community was pointed at by them, and this one got a meth lab, and that one got a meth lab, and that one was a dope dealer, and this one was a dope dealer. But as you can see, Dawn was driving all night to these dope houses. Right? Even Candace said, like, hey, he's driving all night. Yeah, which would imply long distances to like Knoxville and shit, or to others outside of at least Ben Hill, wouldn't it? So then why did everyone else become enemy number one, and why were we all made to look like shit we weren't, when clearly wherever the hell he was going all the years, and definitely was friends at certain points, don't get me wrong, they were thicker than fucking thieves. Well, now we're thieving together, but either way, um, why beyond that? Trying to make everyone else in the area look like you get a meth lab, you get this, and everybody's hillbilly dope junkies and not good Christian people except for Dawn and Candace. Huh? Maybe it's a case of hitting out at all the dope shit except for your real own people, or only some of, or something that link back to shit that you think might be part of shit. But why were so many innocent people made to look like these cracked out, meth head, hillbilly, like cartel things, when if that were the case, do you think somebody had to be driving all night back and forth? And well, she in there, you can see her back and forth, but there was no back and forth. There was no back, because I could hear. And I can give a million examples of being able. I mean, what do you... What are you supposed to think when you know the whole time? People are lying. And then the tragedy pimps over there are helping bullshit for years. Well, guess what? Turns out somebody at one of them dope houses or Dawn beating that kid, and it was fresh. It was red. Means that happened while I was with him overnight at all the crack houses, dope houses, whatever. Since there's a pattern of that behavior, you know. Thing is, though, it was either Dawn or someone around Dawn. They did that to that child. Looks like first you wrongly think, well, because she says it got violent, but then you think, and I can look at those and be like, oh, well, it's noted that it's red when first seen. It means it's fresh. And then I can see the message and see that each time it's, you know, throughout the hours it's getting worse, which means it was growing, right? Just as a bruise does, which means that happened and Dawn's Karen was worsening throughout the day. All the bruising was setting, right? And, you know, other things, like, you know, Candace was clearly using them too, so what? A lot of people, you tell them you're reporting, and you're trying to get protection, which means, honest, it's just shit. What do they do to help women and children anyway? You always sort of feel like you have to go back. You have no choice. There's no way out. Yeah. But with Candace, the thing was, I've seen throughout the years, Candace Sr. would absolutely take her out of there with the kids. And help them do whatever. And away from Dawn. That's why the one time he was absolutely extraordinarily pissed is because Candace Sr. had helped Candace get out of there. They'd taken off together with the kids, and all he cared about was Summer and how she had, much like his first thoughts after she vanished, but she slept with me every night in my arms, and she slept with, you know, you see how the patterns, behaviors play out. Same thing said, done, just, you know, and throughout all these years of listening to even other children of Dawn's get up on panels and swear their dad never did whatever. But I know from an ass ton of community members that that also is not true. that they too were abused when they were children by him, when they were in there for a brief period and followed the same pattern. And then also understanding that whatever their story is whatever their story is, but that I know that there were some really terrible things happening. And that there is indeed proof of all kinds of. No matter how many people want to vouch, no matter how many tragedy pimps want to cleanse, no matter how many different narratives or lies are spun, without them even being, I mean, like, I wouldn't see a problem. Somebody's just like, hey, I'm half QAnon, and here's my theory, but it's not how it's said, done, or otherwise. It's straight out to the world that DCS and all these agencies just came and kidnapped boys, and apparently some. And that's a little horseshit. It's a load of horseshit. Those boys are safe. And I want them to remain. And I know their sister would want that. Just as I know that they want answers for their sister and her family. We all wait. And I'm sure that even they can't escape all the monsters and things. And they're probably quite aware that, you know, and they watch people on here act like they're fine because they're gone, but man, it's not how it works. You've lived lives like these as children or adults, or both. You know, just go somewhere else and forget, or everything's all better and whatever after that. You go through things. You don't get over it. But those boys will live their entire lives knowing full well what they've been through. You don't forget things like that. Things like that don't forget you. Things like that have a funny little way of wiring for the rest of your days, I think, on this earth anyway. And I hope every day that they have been as lucky as I was to have, like, you know, one of the greatest human beings in the world in my life. And I hope that they have found that and support and love and care and an easier path in this world. But I am ever so tired of certain people around here pretending like everybody else are the big bad wolves and everybody else are, look at this one, look at that one. No, wait, don't pay attention over it. Look at that one, and you get this, and somebody gets freaking Charlton Heston monkeys and whatever else, when none of that's anything but distraction and crap and meant to, in my opinion, allegedly. And you know, I'd forgotten all about the Lego thing with Kathy. Now it's hard to tell whether Kathy, the friend, was lying or whether somebody had actually managed to feed her that bullshit. Um, but she was pissed by that point and just wanted to make a picture with Legos look like something and tell a story about it. I don't know. And because this room's involved, who the hell really knows? But I do know that, um, and I remember actually talking about this a certain point. Maybe she just played Legos, man. I'd play Legos too, you know what I mean? But I had not caught the part, I don't think, where Kathy was saying that, you know, she didn't know anything, couldn't even really drive on interstates herself or something, which I was, what? Who would have bought that? That's why I don't know about Kathy. Okay. It's like, what do you mean? Even you should have known better than that. Duh. Right? And then I thought, well, maybe she just meant in that area. She hadn't been on those. Then again, they came and went across west to east, and obviously Knox. I mean, like, no, I ain't buying that either, you know. And then Kathy was like, she didn't know how to shop online. She didn't know how to write a check. And that's when I'm like, man, I've got receipts though, or like showing where Candace over the years would order things online and stuff. All by her little self and shoot me pics and stuff of it. Like, what? Or we'd be talking about something online and she'd be like, oh, I want one of those. And she'd go order it. So I'm like, man, did she really manage to feed Kathy that? I'm like, well, they are the type of folks. They could do that. Yeah. And a great deal many people throughout the years eat many different ways. All of them. But as you can see, everyone was aware. Right down to Kansas Senior. So, you know, I don't know. But then, yeah, after that, it was like, wasn't long after that, things changed drastically. Um, Kansas Senior within a couple months, and right before Rose's like team moves in, all these things are swapping, all these changes, and then you think, okay, things have gotten better over there. But for me, I always thought that was like, you know, You can't and don't have recall for certain things, but you know shit still ain't right, but then you think wrongly and you attribute things wrongly. You think, well, they're getting a little better, stuff's whatever over there. You know, the past XYZ, but then it turns out maybe it was just more hidden. Actually hadn't gotten better like you thought, and then you should have known better because, you know, here you are with all these warning flags going on, and you're starting to dig. You think something's wrong, something your gut says. You know, and you're looking for these things, and you can't find them. Can't quite put your finger on all these things, but turns out there were a few who could. It's like at any point, Goofball could have piped up and been like, "Oh, you remember?" And then I would have known what to look for, at least to have a thing that might have helped. And I guess that falls into the purview of I knew and didn't say shit because I knew you'd start shit. I mean, who wouldn't? Huh? But during all these last years, I mean, you start really figuring out sort of who people are. Full masks, all these things, man, that come into play. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something. Yeah, guys, I am back. I had to do some stuff real quick. And, anyway, I just found all kinds of things, So many things that make other things that make so many more questions, than answers most days. But why this Advent? From the beginning. All this bullshit. That's what I always keep going back to. Chicken or the egg, right? I just know that the boys are safe. She needs to be. And stopping some of the bullshit. Maybe you can help. You always go back to why. Why all the bullshit? Why? For what reason? Was it just because of mass? Something more sinister? You wonder why some are stuck on 2, 5, and 10 minutes, and others are stuck at 5:30. And what you do now is that some are banished. Most likely quite a bit before police were called or even any of us knew. It's just how I feel about it. It's like this whole, from the beginning, hearing things like snakes and bears. And then you're always like, Look, I know you messaged me non-vegan times about different types of snakes, you know. But you weren't so terrified of them or petrified that you couldn't pick up certain stuff. Or, you know, get so close as you'd like hack it apart in the most inhumane manner ever, but, you know, all of them through the years. Venomous and none. Like, and this poor guy, he did nothing to nobody, and he was actually a very good snake to have on property, but good luck telling that to people. Either way, not so terrified you couldn't get that close and then put it inside or anything else, you know what I mean? Get that close to kill it, you ain't that freaking terrified of it. And so many other times where one had actually been caught or whatever else, and it's like, hey, you want this one or want to relocate it or something? I mean, so hell no, I'm so terrified I can't even walk around. 'Cause snake, you know, snake, ah, bullshit. Walk around just fine all over the place, enough to be killing them up close and personal. Being like, hey, you want to get this one, you want to get that one, leaving life together. No, snake shit don't fly either, you know? Coyotes and bears and snakes. Whatever. So what do you do with all of it? Now, Ned, you know these things for years. These things, so much more. And you stay quiet. Try to do what's right at right moments. That's the other, no guidebook, really, so just kind of wing it. You know, everybody can hold space today. How they like. I'll hold mine, true. And, for lights to keep shining. And keep hoping the more things are broke down, the more light shines. And keeps your brothers safe and bullshit broken down, and light shines enough to bring her out of the darkness wherever she is. Because she doesn't just matter today, she matters every day. She matters every day. And so do they. And questions and Fires and puzzles. All of it doesn't stop, no matter what. Every year I watch them come in, smiling, laughing, enjoying their little East Tennessee vacays, pretending they actually all do anything or whatever. All it is really advertisement for themselves. They can take more people in. Advertisement for other tragedy pins. Meet and greets and more ways to be on the ground to get more stuff to go back with. It's all garbage now. Well, the show can go on. Act like it's a celebration. Even if in front of cameras. Oh, like I don't know, last year it started acting on. Whoops. Sorry about that twerk in the first year or so. We still haven't visited certain places around here. Partying, doing dope with, and I mean true dope. Acquiring things, that's what most of their time is spent here for, and with, and doing. Acquiring more and more and more. Meet and greets, and they go back and I don't know. They always act like I'm so excited about it. It's almost like this. I don't know what. It's like hearing them laugh and cheer and be like, "Yay, we're playing a number 2 and number 3. Summer's Day, yay!" I mean, they act like this is a day of celebration. Yeah. You can call it whatever you like, but no matter what happened, June 15th wasn't a good day, and summer is yet to be found. Uh, I don't get it. I don't get how somebody came in and out and they're smiling and laughing and having a great time. And I'm like, really? Really? Even this year, I watched them start to fall in. And, my gosh, I expected somebody to be here. And like, people just up and down everywhere. And, and where's this creator? It's about the creators and who's visiting. This year, it's not. It's. I mean, last few days, I watched somebody be like, yeah, we got a pool and got this, and we're out doing this and that and the other. And bumping fists and meet and greets and picking each other for. I'm like, man. And people be like, it's a lifelong dream pilgrimage thing. It's like, that is so weird. It's so strange to me. And I'll never understand how they're happy when they get here and how they're even happier when they leave. Other than the fact that they're never here for what they say they are. And I know that watching the entire group of dipshits that circle and are some of the worst around here, coming in and saying their goal is to make a statement to law enforcement about how they're blah, 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 blah. And knowing this is just, and I'm like, you just hired law enforcement, and, um, TBI. What, what do you mean you're coming here to make a statement to law enforcement about how you're not going to let Summers listen to this there? See, it's still the same narrative, always. No matter years, no matter how many statements long, it's always that same garbage that they feed out or that they want to believe so they can do things. It's that law enforcement doesn't care. Everything's cold. Nobody's actually looking for Summer. Neighborhood doesn't care. There are no flyers. There's no this. There's no that. Her own community isn't where, you know, unless you all come blow a bullhorn right up your asses here at law enforcement offices or whatever's closed or when it just depends on which tragedy PNPR and what day of the week it falls on. You're going to get the message through to Emily, and it's like, man, it's so goofy. Mm, no. And then when you hear that come out of people's mouths that just, a day, 2 days before her law enforcement or feds or interviews, and just still say that, even after that. How do you sit with the news who ran those pieces? Tell them that you're coming here because you're under the impression of like nobody's doing whatever did least back, and you're gonna send a statement long and be like, "Hello, super investigators." I mean, it's wild. I watched a couple of them come down that even were included in that group. Be on another channel like 24 hours ago and looking at pictures, and they couldn't even identify immediately what a thing was to the right side of the screen that all of you have been staring at for years. But they're on here with their own channels telling people that they're being super detectives and they're going to solve it. And they're coming here to tell law enforcement about something. Excuse me? Whatever. It's ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. And that's funny. I didn't come on until about 5. And then half of this might be. But thanks. Just coming over and trolling. We get it. Been years for it. Oh, you gotta be kidding. No, they're not. Anyway, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna hop off here. I'm gonna try to stay as far away from the tragedy pins as possible other than collecting tag numbers today. And being Snoopy in certain streams to get the real faces. To match them with certain. Alright, so I'm going to hop off here and do what I need to do for the day. And to keep the tragedy events from here, and try to acquire all the things while they are here but else. And maybe grab a bite of breakfast and that type of thing. Something is moving one of my sunflowers. I'm feeling some type of way about that. But at some point, morning spit. But anyway, you all please just watch these streets and their BS, which I'm sure they will come back with and do whatever with. You know, it just depends. Yeah, I'm actually hoping that somewhere in the day, it'll probably be after 2, so I don't burn myself to an absolute crisp. Because if I did that a few days back with the payment check, I think that was snake incident. Maybe another one. Starting to wonder if it was the Panama Jack that drew the snake in. But anyway, it's all fun. Snakes and archaeologues are just fun. They're honest. That's probably why. Anyway, or at least, you know what they are. You know. Anyway, yeah, I'd like to go swim today, but can't do that. Mm-mm. And like I said, because of the current, too much of a coincidence for me right now. Mostly the thing is trying to stay away from and yeah, gathering what can be and all that, but uh, really am worried that it's something they brought in with them, you know, some perpetrator freak or something. I worry. I am hoping, it's all just accidental and big. Hope that's the case. I hope it turns out that way. But better safe than sorry. No, dear. Y'all, the teenager is feeling some type of way because a cat broke her color pop palette. Shit has hit the fan. So, and something about a clicker that I believe is for her nose or something like the nose jewelry. I don't know. So I want to go find a magnet, do breakfast, and figure out whatever palette situation is happening. So anyway, and I have a captain. It's a Bronco. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Just letting it ride. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because it smelled like food. It hopped up her to see as she was doing her things, so we could, and flipped it off, and I'm like, man, just go look, see if they still got it. And she was like, no, it's all like the second something other ones, and I don't even understand half what is being said. There's some difference between something and a milkshake and something else, and they're all different. I don't know. Full, full tanning. Yeah, you know what I mean? Full tanning. So, yep. And I was like, look, I can fix this. She was, how though? I was like, what? So I'm gonna go see if it's in a state I think it's in. And if it is, I think I can maybe Humpty Dumpty put it back together again and see. So, if not, it's a little bit, I don't even know. Yeah. It's like riding in the car past couple days. Kid really thinks she just now discovered Gwen Stefani, and we need to listen to No Doubt. I'm too tired to feel 14 again. Knock it off. Um, but anyway, uh, yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. Go fix whatever chaos has happened here. Grab a bite and see what we can do to stay the hell away from tragedy pimp eyes and whatever critter they may or may not have drug into town. Stay safe from that, while also trying to acquire our own stuff. So, cause I guess I just had it with someone, man. At least knowing who some are and all that, it always helps to figure out where to send things with lawyers later on, you know what I mean? Or to help others in other active and ongoing investigations. Are you really the one out there doing that to my sunflower? Bro, I know you ain't. Maybe the cats are just in a mood. Do you hear what's happening? This cat is over here trying to drag off my son. One of them. I really fucking need to repot that one. Anyway, again, but um, but anyway, I'm off here. And as always, please do share someone's picture information, color by our name. And you all know what I mean by information. Not tragedy pimp, not social media. Stick with local surrounding law enforcement, state police, TBI, FBI. Stick with real investigative journalists, like degrees and things backing them. Like Bobo and Ansley and, news stations like WCYB, WJHL, Hawkins News over here on YouTube, um, Kingsport Times News Online. I got one over here, but also, otherwise, and, all those. Rogers Review. Also, keep in mind that for summer, and other cases right now, you can go to the TBI website. There are Q&As for her and some of the others these tragedy pimps are trying to inset upon and have already, unfortunately, and whatnot. And just remember that it's over there, and if you can take a couple of minutes over here to watch a clip or something, please take that time to go read the TBI and Fed's website Q&A on something. It'll keep real information out there. It'll make it less likely that these tragedy pimps can keep y'all confused and going in a million different directions and buying as much Kool-Aid and nonsense and all that from them. Also, no matter which case and what time, the same applies. If you go make yourselves aware with Q&As and things from real law enforcement and real investigators and journalists and that type of thing, this place can't take much of a hold on you or use you the way it does or misuse you or, so always keep that in mind. At least maybe it's a little bit of, that's why. Oh, get it now. There's a little bit of breeze blowing. It's doing a little shaky thing with the plant, and that's why the cat's took me entirely way too long. Anyway, you guys, as always, please remember little things. Little pebbles, little sparks, my voice, they all matter, they count, and they can all change worlds, lives. You may never know it or see it, but they do. They do every day, all day. The little things matter. They bend and shape and move and heal and console and create smiles and happiness and laughter and do all the things. They do all the things. Anyway, I don't even know what is going on out there. Somebody cannot drive today, obviously. So, anyway, you guys, just keep hope. I'm gonna continue to, and I'm glad that the feds did an update. I know many of you all are as well. But y'all just keep hope and hold space for summer. And please, like I asked, please just share her picture, her information, and color burn. It's the most tangible way you can help her, help locate her, and even wildly enough, perpetrators. I know that sounds wild. It's a true story. Alright, so keep that in mind. And if you share links, the info above her picture and flyers on it, please swap it out every now and then so different information gets seen, maybe, and then the right piece clicks the right time, right person. It's just not always the same. It got awful cloudy here suddenly. Like storm or no storm? I don't know. 'Tis the south. You never know. It doesn't quite smell like rain. Either way, that was a funky little cloud. It's doing funky little things. But anyway, when I'm not so tired, worn out, worn down, I'll come back and add the rest and maybe other things that definitely need to go here with all of this today. And I apologize. I know it looks like I've been here this long, but I'm not. Obviously, in and out most of the morning, but just really do not feel so good. And I'm getting very tired very easily and very quickly. And sometimes talking about hardest things takes a toll. And trying to find a way to talk about all kinds of things, or showing things, or whatever. It's hard. And it's hard to do so in a way that hopefully doesn't hurt anything. And all these, balls up in the air. Try to juggle tightrope walk. Try to keep people who need information leashed from getting certain things and doing weird, funky things with them, or being worried that everything you say could be used by others to try to get around or get ahead of, or build stories in advance. And since there's so many of those different types from, well, where we all come from, right? It's just such a dance. But you can always find a way to dance in the storms and so on. Anyway, y'all, you have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever y'all are. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry it's so heavy lately. Please, today, keep space for summer. Help the light shine and grow, and help break down the bullshit so it can increase and grow, and answers can be found so that summer can be found. And today, keep her brothers in mind. Send all the good vibes their way. People so often forget about them, or they say not to touch them, or to do this, or to do that, They matter too, and they always have, and they always will. Just like summer matters. Let the light shine, so they can all shine, so summer can be brought back to them in courts and law enforcement, so that she can tell her story, and so that they can with her or for her. Because they're really the only ones that ever deserve to be able to do. Not these tragedy pimps saying they need to be the voice. So, heard them tell the real news that here locally yesterday. No. But you know how they're about trying to take the voices of those around instead of being voices for them. Trying to be the voices of. Anyway, just keep hope. I will. I do have hope. And faith in the feds. And I think they're probably closer than you'd ever imagine. Probably have been for quite a long time. So y'all enjoy your day, evening, night on the little blue speck in the vast cosmos. Kick out the little pebbles, sparks. Be a voice. Speak up. Speak out. Change the world. Be a force to reckon with. A force of nature. Force of good. When and where you can. Just hold space today. And keep hope. Alright, y'all. I'm off here. I'm gonna go take care of this color pop breakfast face jewelry fiasco that's happening. Yep. But y'all have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever y'all are.